welcome. This is going to be our final Kerbal Space Program stream. I said I was going to do 2 streams today, but I was reading up on my orbital transfers and shit. I'm pretty confident we'll get it to work this time. So before we do the Moon and Minmus contracts we have withstanding, I want to retrofit the Sassy and Gassy so we can get it to Duna. Well, not really a retrofit per se, just add some extra parts. Remove this science suite for now. Nobby. I want all these parachutes gone for now. And just to make it a little bit more sleek, we'll do this. So, if we do it perfectly, we'll need something like 2500 Delta V to get to Dune and back. So we want... I think we can get double that with these radial boosters. Well, they're radial fuel tanks. I think we can get to... In a vacuum, 2500, 2500. This should be right. So this is 440 and 220, so 660. There's actually a lot more than that, but once we shed these will give us even more thrust. So that sounds a bit right. And then to make sure that the fuel transfer works, we're going to add some fuel transfer valves just so there's no hiccups. So that means the fuel should be continuously draining into the central tank. Hey, Justin. Got our air brakes. We've got the solar panels from before. And then for the maneuver node, because this is a manned ship, I actually want to put an autopilot on it. Okay, so we'll put it on top so it looks like a sort of like a little R2-D2. And then I want this guy. And then we'll get one of these so we can transmit our experiments back from Duna. That nice industrial color for that too. Retract. Eve has an atmosphere. Duna does have an atmosphere. It's very thin, so it complicates a landing there a little bit. We won't be landing. I think we'll just probably do a flyby and a return trip. For brave Jeb and Bill, we're gonna send. There we go. That's that. And then I want like a little science suite back behind it. Start off with a mystery goo. Are you in my way? You are kind of in my way. Alright, so yeah, once we get to Duna, you can climb out, do all the tests. Oh, also, just like Justin said, Duna does have an atmosphere, so we're going to take the atmospheric scanner, put it on the front, sort of like an air intake. So we'll kind of like do a brief aero break and scoop up some atmosphere for a test. I think that looks rather sharp. What am I missing here? Oh, we'll also want to go with the fuel transfers. In order to get our center of mass perfect for our return trip, I want a drain valve. That just means once we finally finish deorbiting Kerbal, we can drain the last of our fuel off so we have a good center of mass. Marginally concerned about this. The air brake's not being aligned. All right. So now the slightly frustrating part is we remove the radials very briefly. That'll give us a true center of mass once we drain the fuel, and then we'll place the parachutes accordingly. I think with the air brakes in the back, we shouldn't need that many, but let's also go with a drogue. I think just two. I think 2 radials and a drogue should be enough to get us home. Drogue radial right next to the science suite. There's nowhere to put it, which is a shame, because it would be kind of neat to hide this like in a service bay, but I don't want to add a cargo bay. That'll just make the ship even bigger than it needs to be. So we've got a little autopilot and all our science, solar panel. This thing should on its own hold enough battery. Yeah, 150 electric charge with the solar panels on full tilt while we're out there. I guess it's okay that the one set of air brakes are more exaggerated. What's the impact tolerance on landing wheels? We might want landing wheels just to avoid a gross splashdown. Impact tolerance 70, impact tolerance 50, impact tolerance 50. These are pretty tiny. Does that work, or would you want the wheels to be straighter? I'm not sure. Star retracted. Still looks very spaceshipy, which is what I'm liking. We'll just offset it until we lose that black. Which is actually immediately. That's okay. That looks sharp. And then probably just one in the front, right? My guess would be that one in the front is sufficient. Alright, start. Okay, so then we've got our wheels, so we can come down pretty hard as long as we're not in the ocean. That's basically, we want to make sure we're not in the ocean. I'm not trying to land it on the runway, but I am just a little bit of over-planning. If these parachutes are too weak, we can hit the ground a little bit heavier if we land on the wheels, because the wheels can take up to 50 tolerance, but the cockpit, for example, can only take up to actually 45. It's pretty fucking amazing. Is it the engine? There's something on this thing that's flimsy. I think it's the Terrier. Yeah, Terrier can only handle 7 meters per second, so like if we bump the bottom, it'll fucking explode. Same for these things, I think, are a little not meant to touch the ground at high speed. These break at 8, so yeah. That'll just give us a little bit of extra gusto. Okay, so we're gonna mix it up here just because landing, it's just gonna suck to take all this thing. It's gonna suck to get this thing all the way to Duna and back in one piece, and then we don't nail the landing. So I'll show you a little secret here that well, not a secret. It's a little something I learned about when I was reading about the orbital transfers. Yeah, not there. Oops. Okay, I guess you guys can just hang out next to the drain valve then. Looks like the hose doesn't move on that side. So this should be everything. We got the pistons, we got the solar power, we got a battery, we got the autopilot. The autopilot has a little battery in it, doesn't it? So that way we have a little more electrical charge than you might expect. Nope, has an electrical charge of 15, but alright, so we start off with all the engines. And then for some reason my engine, they're not properly showing the delta V, and I don't like that, which is why we're going to do some little debug menu testing, or we're going to lose a lot of time on the return trip if there's any failures. And yeah, we'll call this one Pepper's Folly, since Justin says that Duna looks like Dr. Pepper. Okay, save it. And here's what we'll do. We're going to put this out on the launch pad. How are we going to get into space, though? TTA. All right, check this. There you go. Control Alt F12. And then we can set our orbit to anything in the solar system, which is just a godsend if you're tired of throwing ships in orbit. But we're not going to Duna. That would be cheating. We're just checking to see how well this thing can land. All right, first things first, let's test these radial tanks. Everything's empty to account for the when we were doing the center of mass. That's fine. We just need enough to kill our orbit, right? That's fine. All right, goodbye radials. Okay. Extend the antenna. That's what the little autopilot will look like when it was in flight. Okay, these are fine. Okay, and then we just burn prograde. If we do this just right, we might even land near the KSC, but I doubt it. Bring our periaps down to like 5 kilometers. The autopilot doesn't need a dish. That's just for stall points. This is for if we want to transmit any data from Duna as we collect it, which we probably won't. I mean, we could mail them a crew report. That's about it. But yeah, that's just for looks. But the autopilot needs a connection. But as long as Jeb stays in the cockpit, we don't need a connection to the KSC. All right, so we're coming down. We have to retract this, though, because this will actually burn up if it's out. Stage our parachutes properly because the drogue comes out first. Which is this one. Alright, and then, because we don't want any of this fuel fucking up our center of mass, now we drain it. Set the drain mode to the entire ship, and then it'll jettison fuel for us. Take a little space piss. I really hope we come down over land, though, because I want to test these wheels. And to slow ourselves the most effectively, we want to be belly down at like 45 degrees here. There you go, and that's our descent profile. So all this thing on the back should be a little protected from the heat, because the belly's basically being an impromptu heat shield. Just occurred to me the wheels might not survive re-entry. Yet another thing to check. It's a very slow descent, though, so it's going to take a while to come under 70K. Okay, I can't really see because we're coming down on the dark side, but... because we can turn on the cockpit lights. This thing should hold, though. That's what these parts were meant for. I'm curious to see how much of this upper payload is going to rip off, and then if our angle's bad, the solar panels might not survive either. Even though they are retracted, they're a little outside because of the pistons here. I think we'll start to burn up at 55. Nose is starting to get a little toasty. Actually, I think that's the scoop. Okay, gravity really nudged us down there. See how we hold together. I'm just going to not fight. I'm going to let the gravity slowly push us down. Hopefully we cool off in time. I mean, I would like to retrieve these parts for more money, but the ship functions without these parts. We don't need a battery now that we're back in the atmosphere. And it looks like the wheels do survive when they're retracted. That's good to know. Science suites have a little trouble with the heat. We're slowing down. I think the scoop's going to be okay. I think we're going to be just fine. Then once the heat goes away, we'll point prograde and deploy the air brakes, go into lawn dart mode. Okay. Then we can turn off the SAS because the brakes will keep us pretty steady. Slowing down real nice here. Didn't land anywhere near the KSC. What are you going to do? I think just getting home from Mars in general's commendable. All right, we're going full dart now. Pull the drogues at 10,000. I guess actually we can pull the drogues if there's a problem with the G-forces. Get ready. Ah, fuck, it's gonna be the ocean. We can't test the wheels. pull the main chutes at 5,000, and then we'll close the air brakes at 1,000. I guess we close the air brakes as soon as we deploy the main chutes. And we just glide down and see what happens. Got a weird wobble to it, I think, from when we killed the air brakes. I don't like that at all. Let's put the SAS back on. And then you would go like this if we were landing on solid land. And apparently these wheels are pointing backwards. Oops. Alright, the drogue shoots out all the way. We're going very slow. We need to go under 50 for these wheels. Did I lose my battery power? Yep, that's why we just nosedived. So the battery isn't quite enough to keep this autopilot on for the entire descent. I don't know if I want to put a battery on this thing. Unless we like clipped one inside the fuselage. Okay. Looks like the center of mass was off a little bit. Okay. So I think what the problem might be here is we'll hit the ground with the nose, which will cause the chute to get cut, which means this will slam into the water. So we want the bum to land first. Ah, but the butt can only handle 8 meters per second, so the parachute placement's all fucky here. Ship's gonna explode. It's a shame. Actually, just the engine sheared off. That's good. So this ship can come back home from Doom if we deorbit properly. Then I don't know why the front was so spread angle. Never tried the spread angle setting. What's it go up to? Let's do one more test. That did go really well. Let's do one more test. Revert flight to launch. I'm going to set the rear parachute to a higher spread angle, which should give it more lift, but less slow? I don't know. All right. Okay. Those early games, yeah, the Terryu just, the Nerve has better thrust, but the Nerve is lighter. Or sorry, the Nerve's too heavy for this ship. I think the Terryu is a good candidate for this. We get the raw Delta V. We can do one final calculation, Justin, but it's only, we only need 2,500 to get to Mars. And then presumably 2,500 to get... No, it's 2,500 all the way. It's 2,500 for a round trip, sorry. So the more we can overshoot 2,500 Delta V in a vacuum, the safer this ship is. Beautiful decouple there. Okay. Didn't bump into my own rockets. Perfect. I didn't transfer enough fuel, but that's enough to aero brake down. Okay. You work, obviously. We've tested you every time. It's a little bonus liquid fuel. That's fine. There. Now we just get ready for the descent. Oh, okay. We just let the gravity slowly tug the nose down. Might be a disaster here on physics work, but we'll see how she holds up. Oh, seems good. Lost power. Not the end of the world. Only problem is I have no idea where we're going down. I hope we go on the land this time. Okay, we'll shoot the drogue off at, looks like the ocean because the altitude's the same. See? I guess we can just not close the brakes till the last second. Like until we're completely starting to level out, then we can close the brakes. Yeah, the brakes are what make us spin out. Alright, it's very important that we land on our belly though, so we'll see how that plays out. That didn't seem to do anything. Maybe this is the one that needs to be the bigger angle. I don't know. I don't know. So we still have this problem where we don't land level, which is frustrating. I have one last theory, which is just to mount a very powerful radial right on the center of mass using a radial attachment node. Because I really want this thing to come down flat. Let's not hit the ocean at physics warp, but it does suck that the engines snap off. Alright, one last correction, and then I think this thing's ready to go to Duna. Well, it's ready to land on Kerbal. Okay, we gotta do this shit all over again. Hope you're already empty. Perfect. I think with the aero brakes, I don't think we even need the drogue. One more thing to check though, right? Alright. That's the center of mass, which means the science suite needs to move. That might be too much, but I think a radial is equal to a Mark 16. So this is a hilarious amount of drag for us. Uh-oh. Bit of a problem here. Not a huge deal. That doesn't even cover anything, so this works. Parachute should be just fine. That'll make the ascent a little less gross if they're kind of symmetrical, a little. Alright, and the wheels are backwards, unfortunately. We can just rotate tool them though. So I could stand to be a lot closer to the nose. I mean, we're not driving, we just need to make sure we don't, like, tap our bottom. There we go. It's a little better. We'll see what this thing looks like on the runway. No, because the tanks are in the way, but the tanks are identical. We can dupe the tanks. Alright, save, launch it. Alright, lands on the legs, doesn't explode. Landing gear away. Brakes. Okay. So now we just need to find a new place for the science equipment, and then we can do one last landing test. Revert Vab. And that we're not even doing this right now. We're not sending the ship out right now. I just wanted to design it while my mind was fresh. We still have to build a station to put around Minmus. We need to land on Minmus, but we could also just do those things when we get home. Return as heroes. Okay. Fuel transfers there. Right, we just got to find a place for the science equipment. I mean, we could mount some of them on the autopilot. So the vertical pipe goes at the top. Okay, there's that. Or we can just put it all on like the pilot, the co-pilot side, so we can just hop out and make sure that the autopilot's conducting all the science properly, and then we'll just put the little thermometer right out the door so we can just poke his head out. And then the mystery goo will again go directly underneath the dish here. And there it is. There's Pepper's Folly. Like I said, though, one final landing test. Oh, these don't actually do anything because we don't have RCS thrusters on the ship anymore. That shouldn't fuck up our weight too much. bring enough fuel over for a nice deorbit. What we got here? Extend. Perfect. Okay, the bicoupler's topped up. Ditch him. Okay, engines on. Burn ourselves down. It's good. Come on back. So we're 45 degrees here. I'm going to actually fill that battery back up before we re-enter. Here we go. That was a close one. They were about to cook right off. Oh shit. Drain all the fuel. There we go. All right, there's the heat. Hopefully the thermometer's okay. It's very full. Because we moved these science parts might be in danger now. The thermometer especially doesn't like being that close to the side. I guess that's humorously dramatic though if the thermometer explodes every time we come into the atmosphere. My surface speed's very fucking high, 1800. I think that thermometer's gonna pop. Not losing our speed fast enough. Hold together, little fella. You're gonna be okay. What the hell's that? Oh, the mystery goo. Alright, nothing cooked off. That's good. Now we just gotta hope this parachute's strong enough. I think it is. It's fucking colossal. Okay. Get the air brakes out. Something on my ship's emitting light near the parachute. That's interesting. We still have a charge this time. Got a bit of a tilt here. It's going to be in the ocean again, isn't it? Oh, bother. Pull this big guy at 10,000, see what happens. I think it's going to give everybody in the ship whiplash when it expands, that's for sure. We are gaining speed, so hopefully this thing slows us down when it expands. One big one might not be enough, so again, very important that we did this test. Guessing it's going to pop at 1,000 and just break our collarbones. There it is. If I put it at the center of mass, why does it still tip down? I don't get it. If anything, I would need to swap it with the autopilot. Engine snapped off again. Now, why did that happen that way? It was right on the center of mass. It should have balanced perfectly. Well, this ship survives. We've spent enough time engineering it. You could engineer it a little bit more so that it lands level and the engines don't snap off, but those engines are very shitty. I want to say they're less than 1,000 each. It's everything else in the ships that's valuable. Interior costs, yeah, $400 each. So $800 out of 46,000, sorry. out of $38,000, we lose 800. All right. So this is Pepper's Folly. We got to get that thing to Mars, Duna. But we also have some contracts. Specifically, we need to go and send a station to Minmus with a lander, and then we use that lander to land on Minmus and plant a flag, and then the rover will transmit data. We actually have a rover on the moon that should transmit data for us. Some satellites that I don't know if I want to do. This one. This is what we're going to get cracking on right now. An orbital station with a cupola, 3 pilots, a research lab, 3 pilots. Fuck, how am I going to get those guys home? Cupola research lab, it has to hold 9 people. Okay. The hell? Oh, because you can't make that the route? Is that the... Huh. The fuck? Don't save. Oh, there you are. I was up too high because we were looking at Pepper's Folly. Pepper's Folly must have been way off the floor. Because it had the booster below it, that's why. Okay. Then we'll just put the lab here. What's that? 2, 5, 7, 8. Shit. Crew complement 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for the cupola. Wait. I don't need a hitchhiker. We can do that with just 2. Okay. Yep, I just counted it wrong. 9 Kerbals. Cupola, 3 pilots, research lab. Command pods in the middle, I like it. Just so you get that sort of like tapered look without actually sacrificing much. Because then we do this trick we learned. Give it a little RCS. Maybe hide an autopilot in here somewhere. Actually, where can I hide an autopilot? Probably right up here. Oh nope, he'll fit here. Perfect. Even more stylish. There you go, that's your space station. Give it a docking port and some RCS battery. You could just give it a radial inflatable airlock, I guess, if you really wanted to dock with it, but that looks a little fucking goofy. Let's put some monopropellant tanks here on the autopilot. Maybe not though. Let's do this instead. That should be more than enough to interact with anything that comes to visit you. What are we up to now, TTA? We're going to send the space station out to Minmus because we decommissioned Gosling Station. This thing's going to be a lot more stable. He's basically just lacking battery power for the processing lab, but he's got way better solar. He's got an autopilot for when he gets abandoned. It's easy to dock with him still. Just basically needs a docking port, and that's it. But I will make this stick out so it's easier to connect to. And I guess this thing could also use a relay. I think I could put a giant one here and not make it too much bigger. Oh yeah, look at that. That is snug as a bug. Oops, that's a little too tight. There. So that's 15G combinable. This is also 15G combinable, but I could block these emergency hatches for rescue, because really you can just leave through this hatch. I think I'll do. Those hatches are blocked now. Deal with it. You can get out through here. You can get out through the lab. You can also get out through the actual docking port if a ship comes to save you. Let's make sure we have everything we need here. Antenna, docking port generates power, 9 Kerbals, 3 pilots have to go up with this thing, which I think is our entire pilot roster. I'm actually short a pilot. What the hell? Thought I rescued a third one. We left him on Robbins. So we have to hire a new pilot. We have the money for it. So that means we would have to... So I guess what we'd do is this, is we would send up 3 pilots. And then we would send up we'd have to refit a Pepper's Folly to send up a lander. This thing doesn't really need any batteries, but I'm going to give it some. Just so we don't have any kerfuffles in the future. Some little outdoor batteries on the one side. Shouldn't fuck up our center of mass too much. Yeah, we're fine. And then I mean we put some RCS like here in between where these 2 modules meet, then we put some down at the bottom of the lab. Hang on. It's probably easiest to put the thrusters there. Yep. Now where the hell am I going to put the RCS fuel now that I've moved everything? Why would this be for? Why would that be radial for? That worked. That worked. Alright, and then it's fine. So yeah, power, antennas, 9 Kerbals, 3 of them are pilots, lab, viewing cupola, stability. Okay, this is it. This needs to go to Minmus now. So we're never going to give this thing a fuel module because this is always where the lander goes. No, we should probably make this a docking port senior. That thing I don't have. Because of the docking port senior, we'd be able to refuel it. Ah, fuck. Let's put a docking port on each side. Docking will be a breeze with this though, because the little autopilot can lock target even when we're not controlling it. So this is where you get out. This is the only way to get up the station, is through the viewing cupola. I guess that makes sense. You'd only leave this way to do spacewalk repairs. So you dock down here, okay. So one side is where the refueler comes, and the other side is where the lander goes. Just make them mirrored. There. That is Gosling Station. Well, New Gosling Station, so we'll call it New Gosling. And then this thing, we have to drag it out. This is our interplanetary guide calculator I was checking while I was reading about interplanetary transfers. We need 4670. Ignore the 180, but we also have to like get it there, so the 180 is a reasonable margin of error. Of course, this thing weighs 13 tons, so it's not like we're going to be sending up an ion engine. Okay. Something that can fly around in space. Probably a terrier. We are just going to min this. In a vacuum. 1400. With a 1270. 160. 1500. That's almost enough on its own. But just in case there's some accidents along the way, we'll do this. I just like the alternating checkered pattern, really. 23, 26. What if I compromise on this? $19.22. That should be enough to drag this thing out. It has no torque, I just realized, though. Not a problem. And then serves no purpose, but maybe for looks we could just do this. That would make it a little hard to dock with this depending on how big your ship is. We can just retract the antennas. So I like that. So now the end doesn't look as dopey. Especially if I somehow got that to work on a rotor, which I won't be able to. Are you so fucking... There. Okay. How do I make it spin? Swore I've done stuff like this before. All right. Let's ditch the booster for now. The stylish little spinning reaction wheel thing. The important thing is not to turn that on until we're actually up in space or it'll shred the booster off. Alright, you know, it's a bit of a pogo stick. Okay. Okay, there it is. It's the target angle. Revert to vehicle assembly, yes. And then I guess we would auto strut it. Oh no, you'd want it on a you'd want it on one of these kids, standard rotor. Oh, that looks nice. Tract all these and then probably launch it like this just to see if the spin works at all. Okay. Locked, no. I don't know how to control this thing. It might need to be tied to a controller. I swore I've made things turn forever, though. Even if it doesn't spin, I like the look of it. Looks like it does have some sort of spin. Looks like it might work. Even if I can't figure out how to make it spin, I think I'm just going to set it up because it looks neat, being the little... And yeah, it would just spin very slowly. I think it looks cool. What are we testing? This is just for aesthetics. I'm trying to make this rotor spin. Clockwise locked, no. Motor, torque limit percentage. Oh, there we go. So it's spinning away all of a sudden. There we go, now it's doing something. Alright. That is our station. I hope this is going to be a major weak point, and I'm kind of afraid to strut it in case it breaks the spin. All right. Couplers. Give me a 25er. $1,800 in a vacuum, that's enough. So now we just need something to circularize with. I want to try to make something very fat to keep our height down. So another 25er. Auto strut to the heaviest part. Let's try this. Ooh. Hi there. Yeah, let's not get carried with a cluster. I just want radial tanks that feed this thing for longer. Then we got those weird tapered cones, yeah. Oh. There we go. This is 3748 at sea level, which is a little too much. 3507 at sea level is perfect. What nose cone fits on that? Hmm. Can I give you something to help out there? No, I don't think so. Probably make this even more efficient with some radial decouplers, honestly. Alright, give you some fuel here. Little asparagus staging of sorts, I suppose. I think that's what this is at this point. Not the tallest rocket either. I like it. Just get a fairing going now. Little fella. New Gosling Station. Alright, so main engine, let's check the thrust to weight. It's fucking trash, son of a bitch. The station itself is too heavy. Might have to give it a mainsail here. Did not account for this at all. Thrust to weight still 0.81. What the fuck is making us so heavy? Maybe we need some boosters here. Give it some... those skippers are expensive. So we take off, thrust to weight's positive, then we decouple and then fire the mainsail. What is this though? 17 and 16 is 33, so it's just enough. I want some nose cones here, but what nose cone fits here? It's fucking one of them, not this giant thing. These ones. There's a clamshell. Alright, that should be good. Nice and short, very expensive though. It's $100,000 because we had to put those engines on it, but that solves 106 seconds. Then we burn, so it's a 3-minute burn to circularize. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. We're going to put 2 pilots in it. That's not true. Jeb's going to stay home. We're going to send up Valentina. And then Jeb is going to deliver the lander and drop off a second pilot. And then when Jeb also climbs in, that'll be the 3 pilots to complete the contract. So we won't actually be completing the contract on this first ascent. Valentina, I need you to not fuck this up. Go. Huh, boosters seem a little flimsy. That worries me greatly. That's really fucking weird. I think we're gonna lose control. I think we're okay now. Oh, I guess the fuel transfer isn't necessary because we don't fire the main engine. Oops. Alright, little blast, we're okay. We have to use this whole thing to burn sideways, though, because of our subpar ascent. So I think we maybe put a little too much power on this thing. We're going to find out, though, because this is a fairly expensive burn here. .14-degree node too, fuck. Yeah, this is why we had so much delta V. It's all coming off on the circular eyes. Come on, I don't want to waste any. There we go. Perfect. All right, fairing. Now we just gotta do that fucking... Actually, 14 degrees is a very expensive node. This is the furthest one out, so this should be the cheapest one to tilt. Let's see just how well she handles once we lose the time warp. Pretty robust, not a lot of wobble when we're not under thrust. Damn it, that's killing so much of my fucking fuel. Stupid ascent. Went from like a 5-degree inclination to a 15-degree inclination. That might be too much fuel, actually. We might have to go all the way back to the launch pad. I can still revert flight. As long as we know quick load, we can revert flight. The dream would be to use the mainsail to tilt, and then it's just the Terriers to get to min-miss, but... $940, $1270, $1500. If we dip too close to 1500, we have to call the mission. My God. I think I have another plan for the launch. That's too much. We'll just launch all... Fire everything at once. And then once these dump all their fuel in the main tank, that's when we ditch them. But also we need to auto-strut these. Let's try that. Now we're going to lose too much to drag, I just realized. We're going to have to do some thrust limiters. Gonna catch on fire at 20,000. I think that's way too early. Yeah, my apoapsis is already 112. It's fucking way too big. Basically going to put us in the same situation, but our ascending node's not 10 degrees more expensive than it needs to be. That might be just enough to change the node, actually. Kill this shit in my way. What are we at here? 7 degrees, actually. That still seems like a lot. But I guess this time we're burning it with the mainsail instead of the Terrier. Almost. There. Alright, now we can take this thing to Minmus. We want to hit it like around here-ish. Looks like the moon might be in my way. Oh, that was it right there, actually. Look at that. First try. Except I think I hit it wrong when we do it like that. It's in 6 days? That's the wrong way, right? That means I hit it on the wrong side. And then we just have, well, I guess we're never really going to dock with this thing, so we can just send it whichever way we want. We'll just do this just to do it. In 12 minutes, we burn for 5 minutes, though. That's a little spooky. It's a cheap burn, though, 878. What would I burn for? 245 maybe? That is a long burn. Get those out. So orbits should shoot over here in a minute. Still got 1,000. It's not too shabby. There we go, Minmus Periaps 95,000. Let's warp over there. I think 20,000 is a good orbit for a station. We're able to land reliably with it. Okay. Three minutes. Uh-oh. There it goes. Not a bad mission at all. We still have to come rendezvous with this thing, though. Oh, it's got an inclination. All right. Get it nice and circular, because why not? That'll make it a little bit easier to dock with. Well, rendezvous. Maybe not. Maybe an eccentric station's decently easy. All right, 29, 1995, 19909. That's pretty circular. All right, we can ditch this booster. Now Gosling Station's open for business. Get every single one of these antennas up for dress up. Then a quick break before we fly out their lander. There you go. I think that's rather sharp. Lights on. It's entirely possible this thing might hit you when I try to dock. That's a problem for later. Station online, though. Quick save. Let's go home. So we need a ship that can deliver a lander to that station. I'll have to think about it. It's probably just going to be a Pepper's Folly. Okay, we have to get a Minmus lander to Gosling Station. I think I do just want to strap it to a Pepper's Folly. Because if we can get a Pepper's Folly in space with enough fuel, actually, we should be able to use that exact same Pepper's Folly to go to Duna. Man, great little rocket though. Look at how short it is. I gotta make shorties more. Pepper's Folly. I just don't know where I'd put the lander. Because like I could put on one of these nose cones, but that would make us off center. Where's the Mark 1 lander can, which is what it's going to be based on? Oh yeah, we can fucking mount a Minmus lander on that for sure. Alright, Pepper's Folly save. Start off with a new one here though. Because to land on Minmus we need 180. So 500 is really all we need for a very comfortable margin of error. Okay. I really like this when I saw someone post a picture of their lander and this is what it was. It's very sharp. And then just something with a little bit of gusto. I want to say an ant, but maybe not an ant. I think really though anything. I think a fucking ion engine can get you off Minmus. You could do this with a thrust limiter. No, it's fucking huge. You give maybe a spark with a thrust limiter. What's your ISP? 320? What are you? Your ISP's 315. So we could probably just do this with a thrust limiter. $1588 delta V in a vacuum. Yep, this is more than enough. 1917 in a vacuum. That should be plenty. And we don't do any science, so we don't need to put any of that shit on it. Just needs a little solar panel for emergencies. And that's really it. Do that little clipping battery just because I thought it looked rather sharp. Okay. There we go. So it's got a solar panel, it's got a battery. It doesn't have a lot of torque. And if we put an idiot pilot in it has no autopilot. Actually, how much? Hang on. So this generates 3 torque, which might be enough on its own because it's so fucking tiny. And then if I give you an autopilot, you might also generate a little extra torque. What do you do? Okay, perfect fit. 0.5, 3.5 torque for, it's really just a lander can. I think that's going to be good enough. We could do another sort of simulation. We could put it on Minmus. No, because I think you can only put things in orbits. I think you can't land them on planets. So this thing needs a docking port junior. And that is what you use to go to Minmus now. Could give it some lights to make the landing easier, but also because this autopilot's so powerful, anyone can hop in this. You could have an engineer go down or a scientist go down and retrofit Gumdrop Station, which remember is a real thing. So now we just need a little RCS to catch back up to the station. You know what? What does this give? This gives 22 and 18. What's in this thing? Actually, never mind. This wouldn't be quite enough on its own. I mean, it might be, but I like the lots of extra space just to be safe. That also allows us to do multiple missions without refueling it. Not much room, but I just like the form factor that it's like compact when I okay, now you've definitely got room with the engine. Anything else that really needs to be on here? This thing doesn't even weigh 2 tons yet. Nice and light, which I enjoy. But it does need RCS to catch up with Gosling. So my center of mass right now is there. So I want this gone actually, so we can put the RCS somewhere. I want to say we can get by with just 2 RCS. We can do a very quick test. Because we can also use the debug command to send ourselves to a rendezvous of something, so we can try to maneuver. We could send ourselves right to Gosling Station. Not to actually dock, that'd be cheating. But just to see how easily this thing handles in the vacuum. We'll remove the flag, since that's really just for stations and ships. We shouldn't be leaving this thing behind for anybody to see it. Oh, that's a Crucian lander. Look at this thing, though. He's stout, considering where we came from with the first lander. First lander held 2 people, though, so this is a bit of an efficiency upgrade. So this thing does need a smidge of RCS fuel. But RCS is kind of fat. Where am I going to put it? That's the smallest RCS tank available. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's get a little clippy. How much RCS does that give me? 20? That's not even that much in the grand scheme of the universe. Oof. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay, where am I going to put some RCS on this thing without making it fucking massive? And I could just put a cluster under the engine. One per screw is what I'm looking for. It's not too bad, and then we can offset them. This. That's nice. Tiny little fella. Now the root is this docking port, and then we'll make it a sub-assembly. New Minmus lander. Save. Alright, and then we will debug this thing into orbit near Gosling Station, see how much fuel we have to maneuver. Alright, Control Alt F12. New Gosling debris. Where's New Gosling? New Gosling debris. New Gosling. Rendezvous. It's considered a station, I would wager. Really? Ship. There it is. Untitled spacecraft? No, it's not. No, I'm sorry. I'm Untitled Spacecraft. God damn it, just a little too close. I can't even set the target. There, target New Gosling Station. Alright, how we doing here? It's only 149 meters away. Let's see what we got to work with. Modern propellant 60. Very maneuverable, although I stripped the solar panel off. Where would I put it? Because I'd want one that's shrouded. How am I doing this test? We just use the debug menu, which is Control Alt F12. Then you go down to cheats and you can set the position or orbit of your ship once you put on the launch pad. And I just learned about it today. It's great for testing out ships or like parts of a mission that you don't want to do the whole mission to double check. Like it would be very frustrating if we built a ship and sent it to Minmus and there was a problem with the lander, so we can test things with it right now. I do think this thing has enough fuel. With 1300 Delta V in space around Minmus, more than enough monopropellant to dock. Once we get closer, we can set the proper docking port as our target. We can't dock though, because once we dock, we won't be able to revert our flight, I think. I think this is good. Docking port's right there. He's very small too, so he won't fuck up the weight of the station too much. Alright, let's try to dock with Minmus, or landing as regular people call it. Bring our orbit down to something. Who the fuck cares, right? Even if this guy blows up. Alright, engines on. Where's my periapse? I don't want to land in the darkness because of no lights on the ship, so we want to kill ourselves, so we land here. It's going to be a very expensive burn, but I trust the autopilot to keep us right. What could go wrong? What could go wrong with trusting a machine? All right, lander legs out. We want to keep our velocity at 10%. Oh, wait, or did he say that was the moon? I forgot to see if I could recolor these. I don't think I can. Bring ourselves down to 10 meters in a moment. It's a shame I couldn't figure out how to eyeball a suicide burn instead of like these little baby burns we keep doing. Whoops, that's surface. That's why things have been fucking weird. Alright, I don't foresee this thing blowing up on us. There we go. Lander works. Revert flight back to the VAB. We'll just pretend that was a computer simulation. Lander works. Let's get this thing up to Gosling. So yeah, the dream is to snap it onto one of those radial tanks on a Pepper's Folly. It's a little big. It's probably the only way to not clip. So then we just have to hope this doesn't fuck with our weight so much that we tip over. I mean, honestly, if all this thing is doing is dropping off the lander, we could just use this Pepper's Folly to have one tank on the belly. Oh. And then this is delivering the 2 pilots, which is we have to buy one. Pepper's Farley Cargo is what we'll call this one. How much money do I have? I have 1.4 million. That's enough to buy a pilot. The next one, it's 200,000 for a pilot. Let's fire this engineer. We only need 1 engineer, really. Engineers fix ships and run mining operations. 1 should be enough. New Gas was one of the ones we rescued. Assign Valentina's in this. Kelman's trapped. Duddig's a pilot, though. We could rescue Dudding. I'm firing New Gas, though. Back to civilian life. And I'm also going to fire Sigson because Sandbis and Bob are strong enough to run our labs. Back to civilian life. Where the hell is Duding? Sorry, Duding. Holy shit, Duding's just in orbit. We can just get him on our way out. So he'll be the 3rd pilot, and we'll leave him on Gosling. Bring Valentina home. Okay. The only concern here would be is if Duding's rotating the wrong way, but we can just launch the other way. Which will take more Delta V, but I think at Pepper's Folly. Pepper's Folly will have enough fuel to go to just Midness, because I think this thing holds like 2,000 Delta V. Pepper's Folly Cargo. Actually, maybe the... Maybe the viewing window has a better clearance. It does. Okay. It's got the autopilot. No reason to refit the ship, even though these things aren't going to do anything on this adventure. Pepper's Folly cargo. All right, now we just need this thing to get into space. Disable crossfeed. I don't want anything using this. What's that other menu on the far left? Oh, this is the advanced menu. So you can sort things by what they do, like filter by modules. I only use the advanced mode to access my subassemblies, which are just parts of ships you can quickly drag in and out. Like, there's the rover, if you wanted to attach the rover to this ship, or you wanted to use like the launcher assembly from another ship. If you want to build like families of rockets, I know people like to do that. Mimic historical space programs. But for now, we just need this guy to get into space. So we did a bunch of tests to make sure this thing can come back home, but I'm not sure we have a successful test of getting this thing into orbit. Use a bicouple node. Auto strut you into the heaviest part. Should be nice and sturdy. The downside is I'm not getting an accurate delta V from this ship for some reason right now. Is that out of fuel? It's out of fuel. $2,400. So if we can circularize this, this is enough. We had that nice, well, it's a little expensive, but the mainsail with the skippers on the edge does keep it tiny. Here's what we'll do. I want to make it the massive payload just because this thing's fucking lopsided. Oh, come on now. The clamshell, it's a little big. Pepper's Folly is not easy to contain, but if you can get it into space, then you're good. Now that fairing doesn't help us, because we actually don't have access to the fuel tanks that wide. That's a... oh, nope, we do. Oops. Embarrassing comment alert. Let's try just a skipper. So this should be lighter than Gosling Station. Gosling Station was pretty fucking heavy. At sea level. 2175 actually. One more fuel tank. Actually, probably even just some boosters and we'd be good. Wait. Close one. 0.088. We'll do exactly what we did last time though. We'll just put some radials with skippers that feed into this tank. Because I really like that for the height. You know what? I just realized when we sent Gosling Station up, it had no winglets. That's how much control we had. Or it was just a well-built rocket, I guess, right? A well-built rocket might not need fins at all. Something like this. That's way too big. What the hell's a skipper? Skipper fits onto one of these. Oh, let's just go with a triple. I don't think we'll need 3. I don't even think we need 4. Okay. There we go, 1.35 at sea level. Then we just limit them. could be down in the first as well. So 2,000, and then we jettison it for 1,100. So we do have to circularize a little bit with the terrier, which I'm not a big fan of. So let's do this. Which one were you? This one? Yeah. Oops. Oh, did I build this with 5 skippers? So 1,400. 3,000. So yeah, this is too much fuel now. Give you this. So there we go. This is more than enough to circularize. 93,000. Kept it nice and cheap too. Pepper's Folly is kind of expensive to get up there, so it's very important we use it on very expensive missions. But it's just fun to fly and get used to it, because this is our Duna ship, you know, put it through its paces. Aerodynamics. There we go. Does that? Yep, okay. And then you guys just auto strut to your heaviest part. That'll stop you from falling apart. And then we just give you some fuel feeds, which should make it even more efficient. How are we doing here? 1.32 on the launch pad. Keep that at 1.2. I like that. And you've got your autopilot, you're super maneuverable. Battery's not amazing. I almost want to put a battery here, which we're going to do. Which doesn't make it that much taller, so it shouldn't be too hard to fare. I think you always have to accommodate the radials and the fairing. The ship itself we can make a fair bit clunkier. What do we have here? That industrial orange. There. It is a rocket. Pepper's Folly. It's our first workhorse mission for it. Well, it's first real mission. We were just doing simulations earlier. 1,700. Is this right? I guess this is right. Because we gain delta V as we raise above sea level. Alright, let's go. Get this thing in orbit, rescue Duding, take him along with us to Gosling Station. Bill, get the fuck out. And then I think with the relays on Gosling Station, Robin Station can reconnect to its drone and send some data home for that contract we have. Did I didn't give it fuel lines. I think fuel lines will make the Delta V more efficient. Especially if this thing isn't firing at a limiter. Yep, okay, so perfect. You all got your fuel lines next to the decouplers. Perfect. we lean very heavily towards the lander. So I want to rotate it 90 degrees. I think this way. And even with all the torque, we do need some wings on this particular one because of the weight being just wrong. Hopefully we have enough to fix it. Because I mean, it kind of helps us. It does tip us a little bit for the gravity turn. Might tip us too much. We'll see. Still the wrong way. That rotated 90 degrees the wrong way. I mean, we'll just keep spinning it till we tip the right way. This way. Nope. That's still the wrong way. How did I not get it the right way any time? Or is it flipping my whole camera perspective when I launch? It always points the camera the same way. Let's just try to save it. It's not going well. You definitely don't want to send up a lopsided shuttle-style ship. We should probably just always go with the 4 radial tanks. Okay. Go with the 4 radial tanks. Okay, that should be a lot easier to stop from going nuts. See how you would just put satellite payloads on top of each booster. But then it's so much fuel we want. Not empty, but... let's make the opposites empty. So this one's empty, and this one's empty. But then this, oh shit, this one's empty too. So we basically just need this fuel tank to weigh as much. Let's do this. Basically we need the center of mass to be central. That seems to have fixed it. At sea level, this is 991. Then we gain 2500, which is most of it. And then once we're in vacuum, this is like 3000 delta V still. Probably actually lower his fuel then if that's the case. $3,000's enough to get to Minmus and back. So the ship costs $100,000 again now that we have all the boosters on. 3,600 to circularize. Fuel to spare on this kid. Let's try that again. Just poor engineers out with the fucking garden hose siphoning fuel out of this thing. Are you sure this will fly? Maybe. So I mean, you can use the fuel line to make these like nice little short rockets, but I don't think that's plausible in a real rocket ship. I don't think you can have fuel lines diverting fuel that reliably at high speed. Let's fix our angle here, please, prograde marker. Thank you. Might have tilted too early here. Let's just pull it back. Fucking thing took out a wing. I gotta make sure I'm following prograde when I eject. Apparently that was a load-bearing wing. Whoa. Things looked like they were going well, though. Are you clamshell? You're probably clamshell. I think as long as I'm pointed prograde, they'll clear properly. Yes. Problem solved. Starting to lose control here. What the fuck's going on? We'll just go sideways then, like last time. Wasn't Gosling Station the one that went sideways and got way too hot, but we were okay? Actually, why is my app-waps getting so close? Maybe I don't have a thrust. I guess we didn't check the thrust to weight on the second stage, did we? .66. Remove the limiters, but then you'll be firing in stage 2. Still .66, huh? Full speed? Gotta make you a mainsail. That's a skiff. That solves that problem. That's 10,000. Not terrible. Oh wait, that's wrong. Want to be draining the radial tanks on the first stage, so we fire the mainsail right away. Fab. Oh, the lander leg out there. I'm sure he'll be fine. Are you clamshell? You are. Then we still have thrust in the second stage. Okay, let's kill these now. .7. .58. That should be good. Honestly, actually, let's do this. Let's really lower it. Jesus Christ, you can really gut these ones, huh? They're just feeding the main engine. Do I even need these fucking things? I think I do. Yeah. .25, 1.57. Okay. 1.3, 3. May have been more economical to go with solid rocket boosters, but then we can't do the asparagus shit. I think it's asparagus staging. There might be an extra step for it to actually be considered asparagus. I can't recall. Think we're fine now. A little expensive to get a Pepper's Folly up, but I mean, you can get a lot done with it. $100,000, so as long as you make $100,000 in contracts every time we send it up. Clamshell's getting a little hot. As long as that leg doesn't explode, looks like it's safe inside the fairing. Should not be much at all to circularize from this. Got a lot of charge. I guess we're piggybacking off the lander as well. Does look like it gets into orbit with fuel to spare, but will it be enough fuel to do our inclination as well? 5's actually good. We tilted the right way by accident. There we go. We're in space. Let's try to get everything done before we ditch the fairing. I think it's pretty sturdy, but a little unwieldy with this booster, unfortunately. $545 though with a mainsail. So we have 330 to help us. Intercept Duding, who needs our help. Shit, I forgot all about him. Make sure we're even going the right way. Where's Duding? Don't be 180. It's only -5. Let's go back though, because I think I quick saved it right before we met up. Well, sorry, right before we changed our inclination, because we would want to do the intercept and then change our inclination. -4.9. All right, yeah, let's rescue Dudig first. Set as target. If I'm lucky, we might actually be able to do it without the inclination, although I think the inclination means we really only have like one point we intercept with him. Oh, never mind. He's tilted one way and Min misses the other way, so it's going to be an expensive burn. But Pepper's Folly has lots of fuel. Let's grab Duding. So I want to go anti-normal here. I don't remember how much money they want to rescue this guy. It's the wrong way. I was hoping it'd be a little more sturdy, but I guess there's actually not a lot of torque on the shuttle. It's just very light. That poor main cell. Then we can use the main cell to just rescue this guy and the Pepper's Follies for everything else. It flipped though. I said we were going to get the grabby arm and deorbit some of this shit, but now I don't want to. We're so far ahead of that being relevant. Looks like Tootsie debris? What is that doing up there? Is that just a satellite where the icon's wrong? Alright, I'm accidentally on like a perfect orbit with duding. So let's get my period. Let's get my app waps. I am way behind him, so I need to be shallower. I just realized Pepper's Folly can't dock. We'll have to spacewalk over to Gosling. We don't have a docking version of Pepper. Oh shit. Shouldn't have killed my orbit like this. We're in some serious trouble now. I think we might aero break down. Oh, we shouldn't aero break down. We're like 100 meters below orbit. Fall back down ever so briefly, then back out we go. Perfect. So we will not be lowering our orbit. We will be raising it and just waiting. Because these are very fast ones, aren't they? Probably at like 1 hour rotations or something. $32 minutes. So yeah, we'll make ours big. Because we can't risk coming down in the atmosphere. 118 by actually our app, or we'll make the periaps match him. What's his? 79 by 90. We're going to be 79 by like fucking whatever we want. So bring that 103 down to 79, and then we'll try to scoop him up. We're going to lose this main cell soon. All right. Try to shift. The periapses are pretty close. I'm going to burn at his periaps and try to unfuck the orbit here a little bit. Not at a charge yet. I think 172 might be enough. We might be able to meet up with him with just this main cell. Well, there goes the main cell. That's fine. One less thing to worry about, right? That was weird. I don't think part of the ship exploded. Alright, where's this damn ship? Already getting a decent intercept here. And that looks like we're mostly caught up, so I can just burn periaps, I think. Maybe not. I burned that way too big. I forgot it was a mainsail I was firing. This guy's gonna cost me a lot of fuel, but we did over-prepare. I'm a little bit ahead, so after a couple of rotations... There's the sweet spot there. 68 meters relative velocity, though. I guess we normally don't try to catch things in Kerbal. Let's kill my target velocity, see what happens. Because we don't got to dock with him. He's just got to jump on. That's still way too fucking fast. Where's my orbit? 101 by 77. These are getting worse. Maybe these are going to catch up? I don't think they are. Careful now, don't go under 70 like an idiot. I think they are getting closer. What do we have here? 23 meters, 1 kilometer apart. That's our target, I think. Then if the fuel's transferring properly... If the fuel's not transferring properly, we may not get to min this. That would suck. Where are you, target ship? Just gonna have to drain it manually in a moment, I think. Oh, fuck. What do you do? Just jump out, I think. Doing a little re-entry capsule that ran out of gas. That sucks, homie. Welcome to the Crescent Federation. Almost. All right, welcome aboard, new guy. We actually have to bring you home for the contract, though, so Valentina's going to have to stay in charge of Gosling Station, isn't she? All right. Set as target, and then we're just going to make sure that our intercept sends us the right way, but we learn that when we set a maneuver, we can preview it here, make sure we're going in the right direction. What the hell is that? New Gosling debris? Kenster's heap. There's a guy around Gosling we need to save. I forgot all about him. All right, what's my node? 6 degrees. And then I don't actually know if that lander's trying to land on the moon, because the world record we're on right now is to land on the moon. So we have 1030 fuel, which is just enough to get there, assuming we don't gain any Delta V ditching radials. We should gain a lot of Delta V ditching the radials. Come on, be 0. There you go. I think I see what the problem is. These don't have fuel lines. Why would that kill my delta V? So I should be able to decouple all of these except this one, but you know what? It shouldn't. It shouldn't make us off balance in space. But I'm going to try to hang on to it for as long as I can. All right, we're the right inclination. Now we just got to get to Minmus. And Minmus is currently here, so I want to throw it out like here. New Gosling goes this way, and so do I. Perfect. You know what? Let's ditch some of these radials because I think that'll give me some extra delta. Gave us a shitload. Now we're at 2,600. Okay, it's almost time to burn. I'm a little confused here, though, because the implication is that these tanks are going to run empty. Like, this is weird. It's like, this run out, and then you want to decouple. I was like, but I don't want to decouple. It's a little lopsided. I should have kept the other radial tank. No, I said disable crossfeed, you dumb dicks. This is enough fuel. I can pour some fuel into it. I swore I disabled crossfeed. No, I had to reattach it after we switched to 4 radial, so the crossfeed got turned back on. God damn it. Now the angle's all wrong. Oh my god. It's a fucking disaster. I gotta ascend like right as we get there. Alright, now it's real orbit. Warp here. It's also slowly fixing the node too, which I like. That's okay. So its periapsis is 20 by 20. It's not calculating my delta V anymore. That's a little concerning. So yeah, not the best orbit on this thing. Probably should have fixed it, but It's really just to have it there. We're not going to be doing any more min-miss missions, really. Think I want a normal here? It's always a gamble which way to go. At least it is very cheap to correct your inclination at min-miss. It's actually too easy to change it all the way out here. I keep overshooting it. Well, but fuck it, let's just fix it here then. There. Now we gotta bring this colossal apwabs down. And it is ahead of me, so I want to be inside by just a little bit. Starting to get a little concerned at my fuel levels here. 164, 81. I really do not like the fact that it's not showing me the delta. We will slowly catch up. Probably the next one is where we stand a chance. I want to raise my orbit right here. Ooh. Never mind, we catch each other there. Look at that. That's where we'll meet up. So we have to both spacewalk over very quickly for the contract and then drop off the lander. Orbit's almost circular, so we should actually stay close to them for a very long time. Okay, hop over. Oh shit, you have to... Can I get in? I don't think I can get in through a docking port. I think I have to get in through the cupola. I do. I gotta get into the cupola. Where the hell's Valentina if she's not in there? There's a fucking door on this thing. Okay. Where'd the station go? The fucking station go? Oh, thank God. Thought I was lost in space. How's the final countdown going? Just a little bit more with this station, then we can start our adventure to Duna. Why is this contract not fulfilling? Okay, there it is. We just had to have the stability. Alright, Didig, back to the ship. Okay. Now I just gotta drop out the lander. Valentine has to take it down. Oh shit. The lander needs radio access for the autopilot, doesn't it? Valentina can do all that herself as well, but... All right, you guys can go home now. That's not true, sorry. We have to drop off the lander. That's the entire reason we came here. Okay. I'm terrified this fucking Delta V got fucked up by the decouplers and we don't have enough fuel. Okay. This one's full, this one's full. Okay, the lander's full, and it has a strong enough autopilot to go there on its own, I think. No, probably not. We'll put Jeb on it just to be safe. And then Jeb just needs to connect with Gosling, which is pretty close. Most of it'll just be the docking maneuver. It still won't tell me my Delta V. I fucking do not like this at all. There's the fucking station. I can't see it. Oh fuck, this thing has no solar panels on it. No solar panels is going to be tricky. The engine will charge the battery, so as long as we land and take off at a decent pace, battery won't drain while we're waiting. No solar panels, so yeah, this thing is for very short hops. Near my target. Control from here. Where's the little guy? I don't know why he can't see me. Still won't tell me how much Delta V. Terrifying. So the lander's away. Jettison this then. Ha, 980 is going to be a real sloppy return. God damn it. How am I this blind? I can't see him. It's fucking right here. Just have to burn a little bit closer then. Because if the target can stay target locked with me, this will be way easier. There it is. There, look at that. Should get snapped on. There. Got our lander. Valentina jumps in that and, oh, sorry. Jeb's flying it right now. Jeb lands it and Jeb comes back up. I do this really quick while we have the day. All right, engines on. All right. Alright, now we just have to get back up to the station. We're just flagged as a ship right now. $11.93 meters per second is more than enough. Oh, I didn't plant the flag. It's the entire reason we went down there. Was the quick save on the surface? I think it was. Thank God. Good thinking me. Plant flag. This flag will be called Goodbye Minmus. Goodbye Minmus. Goodbye. It was just for the contract. Thing's so fucking light he can push it over with his bare hands. No gravity. Alright, because we had one to plant a flag on Minmus. Exactly. Your Gosling's still our target. No, it's actually not that bad either. Nice. The station's ahead of it, so we'd want to do a big one. Whoops, I want orbit, not target. And then we're never going back to Minmus, so we can dump all this fuel right back in the... No, never mind. We're never docking with that ship again. We can't give this fuel back to Pepper's Folly. That's why it's called Folly. It's pretty dope intersect. We gotta kill 20 meters per second, though, before we get there. Am I too low here? Is this gonna kill me? No, I think Minmish you can do 5 kilometers. Hey there. Alright, we don't have a lot of time. Battery's dead. This is bad. Might have to just ditch the lander. Like I said, did not account for that electric charge. Yeah, fuck this. We're abandoning ship. Come back! Is it you or is there no sound? It should be you. Alright, we had to abandon our Minmus lander, which was partially the reason we went. So we control from... No, sorry, we want to control from the... No, we don't care about the docking port right now. But yeah, we're never really going back to Minmus, so I guess it's okay that that lander's defunct. There's the cargo lander. Where the fuck is Pepper's Folly? So Pepper's Folly has to go pick up Jeb, and then this comes home, and then we're going to Mars. Duna. Pepper's Folly did a great test run there, dropping that satellite off, but the Delta V calculation with those radial tanks is very concerning. Pepper's Folly is considered a plane. $900's not a lot, though, so this might be a very concerning aero break. We might just have to sacrifice all this shit strapped on. All right, your target is New Gosling. Okay. There's an intercept over there. Here's our intercept. We can go pick up Jeb, get home. $200 meters is far enough for Jeb to just spacewalk, so let's just kill our speed so he has plenty of time to do it. Well, I know you're here somewhere. Where's the ship? Today is still the last day. We're about to, once we get this ship home, we're about to launch the Duna mission. The culmination of our entire space program. All right, we just got to get these guys home with 900, which should be fine, because we don't need to do the inclination change for 340, and it should be easier to come back than it was to leave. So I want to fall out, which is this way. It'll put us on a 10 million. Okay. I'm Canadian, yes. I live in Canada. And then I want my periapts to not be 47 million, although I guess we could. We can make it a very lazy aerobrake and aerobrake at like 60. And even that'll bring this down super fast. Because while 870 is a lot, once we're actually in a low orbit, I don't think it's a lot to bring down the orbit very much. So we might just do some very greedy... time-consuming aerobrakes. All right, let's lower this to, yeah, 60. Oops, that's just going to make it worse. Did I remember to deploy the dish? Yes. $163. We're actually going to get caught by the moon doing this. And then it actually kills our orbit a bunch too. I'll take it. But that moon slingshot also fucked up orbit, so we're going to crash into Kerbal, so let's erase it. That might be too much. 59 might make it too thick, and we'll just explode as we skip along the atmosphere like a fucking stone. There. I have enough fuel we can probably help kill it. Whoop, not with that button though. Yeah, look at that. She's coming down. Bring it down to like 500,000. We can probably aerobrake the rest. Try to come down near KSC maybe. Because that would be a very stylish maneuver to come back from Duna and land right near the KSC. No, we're going to have to aerobrake this. This orbit's too big. These poor bastards have been out there for 48 days while I was fiddling with orbits. But I mean, it's going to take like 2 years to go to Duna, so get comfy. Make sure those adult diapers last as long as they're supposed to. Track the fucking panels. That's also gonna fucking explode. We're going way too fast here. We're gonna fucking lose everything, I think. I guess we really were practicing our landings in ideal conditions, though, weren't we? This is gonna be a gross re-entry deorbit. Let's make a hard save here. Speed this part up, because I mean, we've done deorbits before. We're just trying to get these guys home in one piece for the Duna mission. Deorbit. We tested this chute earlier. This chute's powerful enough with the air brakes. Oh yeah, it's gonna take a while. I think I'm actually just gonna do the burn right now. That's as low as she's gonna go. The next one's going to be the spicy one because we're going to be low enough to burn up, and it's going to be the one dragging down our apoaps the whole time. But we did rescue a new recruit, although he's not... I mean, he might have to take over if Jebediah dies on the way to Duna. All right, this is the final one. I should have turned the solar panels back on because the battery doesn't quite hold on the full descent. We learned last time. So hopefully... Actually, maybe it's the autopilot draining everything. Turn off that remote guidance unit. Jebediah can steer it in. I hope this is going to be a pretty hot one. Well, actually, I think we'll survive no matter what. It's just a matter of how much shit burns off. Soon as we start to heat up, we're going to cut the time warp. There we go. Yeah, the cabin will survive, but we do have some frivolous shit on top that I did some tests to try and keep alive. Where are we coming down if we don't explode? We came in at a really fucking dopey angle, so not near anything. We just actually overshot the Kerbal Space Center. I want to get these guys home, and then we'll do a quick breather, and then we'll do one final check for our Duna ship, and then launch it. Getting very hot. I need that speed to come down fast. Yeah, I think the SAS will hold without the guidance draining that much more. Thermometer's going to be the wild card. He might blow up this time. Thermometer's getting too hot. Can I run an atmosphere analysis here? 18 science? Why not? There's very little atmosphere up here. Tell that to the fucking heat. Now, despite the fact the ship is on fire, if you smell burnt toast, you're having a stroke. think we're out of the woods here. Hit the air brakes. Hit the air brakes at 900, I'll say. And story of my fucking life, we're coming in over the ocean, so we can't test the wheels again. We do have some wheels for some extra impact tolerance when we come down with the parachute, because every time we ran the test, the terrier snapped off from the force. The rest of the ship survives. And the terriers, I think, $900 total pretty much, so I'm not too choked about losing the engines when we land back on Kerbal. Love this air brake design, though. The lawn dart approach to re-entry. Did you miss Duna? No, this is just the Minmus ship again. This might explode, actually. Just the crew cabin needs to survive. Just fucking nose up with SAS. Come on, girl. Like I said, the engines and the rear air brakes snap off, but other than that, the ship survives, so not too bad. Recover vessel. Parts, no XP. Oh, never mind. This was the guy we just rescued. He got some XP. And there's one. Explore the moon. No. Science data from the surface of Minmus and science data from the surface of the moon. We can grab that from the rovers. Something went wrong with the time warp there, and I was sent on an adventure, crippling the rover. Did it send the data? It did. Don't physics warp on a planetary body, apparently. That's fine. I mean, we don't have a Minimus lander right now, so it's not like we can even go down to visit those rovers. And then we just do the same thing with our moon rover, and then we can go to Duna. I thought it'd be on the moon. Is your rover so shitty I can't communicate with it, or what? I don't think I decommissioned it. I don't think this is rover. I think this is the little landing pod. There you are. You do have a connection to the KSC. Tell me about the atmosphere. Actually, this moon data is pretty valuable. There are some pretty powerful engineering mods for like repairing things and reattaching things and shit. Alright, there shouldn't be any contracts related to Duna, because it wants us to go to Eve right now. Kerbal, yeah, KAS, Kerbal Attachment System. That was a big one. Maybe it's still big. I'm not sure what the modding scene is now. Alright, not that we're going to do any contracts, but what do they have? Expand New Gosling. I just fucking built it. It needs to hold 14 people. How dare you? Test this separator on a suborbital trajectory over Gilly. That's Eve's moon, I guess. That's kind of close. A T-50 separator is fucking massive, though. I'm sorry, bring volcanic rock back with me? Is this from Eve? How dare you? How the fuck am I going to land on Eve and come back out? Just like, oh, I saw you sent a satellite to another planet. Could you bring back a rock from there? No. No, I can't. It's time to go to Duna after a short break. But Pepper's Folly should have all the fuel it needs. Then we can launch off. Make sure we get the right launch window, right? So we have that little browser for. All right, where's Pepper's Folly? So there's Pepper's Folly. Oh, nope, this is the old Pepper's Folly. We want a Pepper's Folly cargo. Do we? No, right, this science is on the right spot. There's no battery on the autopilot, that's the only thing. Okay. And yeah, the fucking... Calculate my goddamn delta V. This is draining, this is draining. Why is it not showing it? Just remove the engines and reattach them. Nope, what the fuck? Kind of a big deal that I know how much delta V I have, game. Well, minus this one little hiccup with the fact that the hangar won't tell us how much fuel we have. Is it all empty? Yes, it was. So if we do our transfers properly, this should be enough to get us there. And then this is enough to refill what's in it. But I don't know why it's not accounting for the extra fuel in the hangar. Okay. So yeah, it should be 2575, and then once we transfer all the fuel, we jettison the extras, and then it's another 2500. No, that's not right. I mean, it's very important that this is calculated properly, because if we only have 2500, then we only have enough to get there perfectly, which is kind of a big deal. They'll be trapped. But I think I set it up right. Alright, I'll be right back. So I guess the best way to double check that this fuel's working properly is we just place it without the decouplers. So we've moved these to the side. These are the ones we want. So our Duna ship in theory should have 4434, which would go up to if we drain into this on purpose and then jettison. So it is working. And if we transfer there and transfer back at the right time, 4,400's a lot of wiggle room. Hi there. Oh, this is looking good. Now we just got to get this thing into orbit. Ideally, use the mainsail to transfer to Dune as well. What's Duna's? 10 degrees, but well, not 10 degrees, but 10 D delta. And let me tell you, we want to make sure we're on the right plane, because that's probably going to get really bad at the margins of error we're dealing with on an interplanetary burn. All right, let's get a... Oops. Okay, that's that. That's that. All right. Make this the fairing, I guess. Do I have anything this big? I think I do. I think this is what we did with Pepper's Folly Cargo. That guy's probably going to Duna. We can hope. Alright, and then it was this thing, right? Yep, okay. Give him his mainsail. Look at that, we have 2 million Kerbals now. Those are some very profitable missions we did. That was almost 1 million Kerbals total tonight we've made. And then at sea level, this alone is almost enough, so we can do the little triple skipper boosters again. Let's splurge on the larger ones, just so they definitely eject clear. That's enough thrust, and then when we jettison you, that's still enough thrust. 77. Not quite enough to circularize, though. I have a little extra fuel we can squeeze out of these. Do you have any fuel nose cones? I feel that might be way too much now. I mean, yeah, it's 30 just on the... Actually, probably 3,200 at sea level. That's probably a safe amount to launch with. I really like to overkill so we don't burn Don't waste here your fuel circularizing and stuff. And then we can kind of use some of the main cell fuel to also just change our inclination and start our interplanetary burn. It's a shame you can't put fuel in the nose cone, but I'm guessing the nose cone is rigid. That's how it conveys its aerodynamics. Now, I've fucking had these before. I don't know what you turn these into to make them a nose cone. Like this. Yes. Ooh. Normally you can't change the color on a nose cone. That's nice. And then we kill the shroud. Look at that. That is slick. You know what? Let's just over-engineer it a little bit more. Actually, no, I can't. That's too wide. We don't have any adapters that size. I lied. There's one. Yeah, that might be a little too much. Oh, there's the problem. 2769, and then so yeah. Looking good. $116,000. That's about as much as Pepper's Folly cost us last time. That's a good sign. There's the fuel transfer lines. Looks rather sharp. Let's give it some wings, though. We learned last time. Actually, that was Pepper's Folly cargo that needed the wings, wasn't it? But Pepper's Folly probably still needs some aerodynamics to get off the fucking ground safely. Hell, maybe some wings. Just want to break the bank on this thing. Where's the swept wings? There they are. Definitely looks like something that you'd shoot out of a Nerf gun. The fancy kind that like the rich friend would have. You'd have the shitty one that shot the darts that broke. Pepper's Folly, don't let me down, homie. But we're looking for a great launch window, so let's just go to the tracking center and speed up time. The game crashed. I have no idea how much progress we just lost. God, I hope not too much. I guess it doesn't matter, right? Because we're just going to Duna to end it. So as long as Jebediah is on Kerbal, we can just launch. So yeah, 950 to get us into an elliptical orbit. But yeah, so it's just like going to the moon. We just make our orbit elliptical and intersect Duna. That'll give us an intercept if we time it properly. Yeah, I'm going from Kerbal to Duna. So there's me. That's where Duna needs to be for a good intercept. Like, look at this abomination. It's a Stay Putnik with an ion engine. Who would do that? All right, the final flight of the Crushing Federation. Let's get in there. $2.2 million. I think it just crashed after the rovers. No, not Pepper's Folly Cargo. Did I not save it? Do I have to redo all that shit? Nope, it's got the wings. Alright, so remember that. Jebediah and Bob are the ones going on this adventure. $11.95. What the hell happened to my calculation? I'm a little concerned about our delta V here. Sorry, our thrust to weight, that is. Might be a problem. Might not be, though. Let's double check our staging. Alright. We launch, and then we jettison these. And then when we're in space, we jettison the fairing. And then we decouple and fire up the Terriers. And then, as the tanks drain, we jettison them. And then when we come home, we fire the parachute. Okay, good. This time we'll quick save 22 here. So I'm here. Duna needs to be there. So I'm here. That's pretty close. I either just missed it. I'm not sure. Well, we can do here's what we'll do. We'll use that debug menu to just dump ourselves into orbit and see if we can set up the maneuver node. If we can set up the maneuver node, then we'll actually launch. But this saves us a couple minutes of trying to do the ascent if this was not the right time. That needs some auto strut. Okay. That always explodes, which I don't like. Okay. This all looks good in the hood. And then there's Duna, which is ahead of us. So we should be able to do a maneuver where we get sucked into Duna. Not for 1800. It shouldn't be more than 1,000. Check inclination. It's not even telling me the inclination. Maybe I can't set inclination when I'm Oh, it is there? Oh, no, that's right. That's the note on the, this is for contract, which I think I want to reject just so it gets off the fucking map. Zaltronic Electronics. Revert, remember, we're just doing a little bit of cheating there to make sure we can plan the node. Kill that Zaltronics contract. Off you go, other ship that I left the engine running on. I'm sure he'll be fine. Alright, target Duna. I don't see a node, which is a little concerning. Oh, there it is. We're only off by 0.1, which is fucking a lot out there, but... It's pretty close. I think this is a good time to launch. There's our Duna encounter. We're there for 4 hours. Okay. Revert flight. I mean, we know how to get ships into orbit, but no reason to cut corners after all this time. Let's launch it legit. Stout little fella. I think he'll be just fine. I didn't see how much that maneuver was, though. I think it was only like 1,100 or oof, let's strut that. There we go. Just needed some auto strut. Jebediah and Bob Curb, and don't let me down, homies. This looks like a very strong ascent stage. I like this. Looks like a really good ascent, I think. We're low enough that we're not going to hit... Well, actually, we're going to start to heat up, but not as low as we sometimes are. Should have a lot of fuel in this mainsail to help us get to Duna, which frees up a lot of this Delta V. We probably do a flyby of Duna's moon if we're super comfortable when we get there. Apwaps isn't even moving. That's the perfect amount of thrust, right? Wait, did we burn up? I don't remember if we burned up. There it is. Well, it's very fitting that one of our best ascents is the one we used to go to Duna. We actually almost completely circularized, just taken off. Jesus. Never seen that before. The ship still has 6,000 Delta V total in it. We're off to a great start here. So yeah, we'll do like an 80 by 80 orbit, and then we'll get that transfer burn, which will be easy because we have a little autopilot on this thing, so we can burn very accurately. Then we'll probably double check our ascending descending node while we're drifting there. I think that's really the only chance we'll have to correct it. Because I know if we hit another body at a bad inclination is we'll get sucked into like a polar orbit, then it'll be a huge pain in the ass to get back to Kerbal. This thing has 1,000 Delta left in it. That's a huge chunk of our burn. That's actually most of our burn to Duna if we're careful. Just doing a flyby, we're going to actually orbit Duna because I think we have the fuel for it, and I want to try to do a flyby of Ike. And then get home. So it took a little too long to learn how to do this. So we don't have time to land on Duna or send probes or rovers or rescue people from the surface of Duna. But even just getting to Duna, I'm pretty satisfied. That's crazy. Easiest orbit of my life. We have 900. Yeah, that's the entire burn to the sun if we're careful. We do have to be a little bit careful though, because, quick save again, Something likes to explode when we decouple the terriers. I think it's one of the shrouds gets nicked. It's actually going to take a little longer if we go here. Oh, wait. Node's off by 0.2. Maybe I can just spin it there. I think I can do my inclination here. There it is. We only have to burn for 1 minute, which is almost all the mainsails doing the work. What a wonderful transfer. So yep, we go, and then before the sun grabs us, we bump into Duna. Amazing. Call this one Duna Intercept. See, my problem was I thought you had to go into the sun sphere of influence first. I didn't realize you could just slingshot from your starter planet. So that's why I kept getting stuck, and that's why I could never get to another planet. But like everything in Kerbal Space Program, I feel once you do it yourself once, you have a way better handle on it than if you just, you know, like read a wiki article and it tells you the exact inputs to press. You're not learning the mechanic that way. I'm going to blow the fairing because I don't want anything weird to happen while we're committing the burn. Because we do have to switch to the Terriers partway through. Get these out too. Don't want the fucking automatic toilet flusher to break while we're in transit for a year. $1,100, so I burn it 50 seconds here. Yeah, these are going to just be filled up with poopy, and we'll just jettison those when they're full. There we go. The moment of truth, although I suppose it's not the best margin for error, but looks like most of this burn's actually made once we touch the mainsail. There's a problem with the burn. I'm guessing we can make corrections right at the end of it. Whoops, get that dish out. That explosion always worries me. Did I lose an air brake? No. It must just be one of the shrouds gets caught. Like, look at this. We're already on our way to doing it. We've still got, like, well, not quite 5,000, but almost 5,000 fuel. You could probably ditch the radials if you had a good transfer window. What's F3 do? Oh, that is handy. All right, let's see where we're going. Not quite, so what do I burn here? Retro. Yeah, I did a quick save there because I'm sure I'll fuck it up, so we'll just quick load and then do another node. This correction seems cheap though. It's like a 5 meters per second burn to fix it. There you are. And then when we get there, our periaps is pretty big. Our angle's the problem. Yeah, I gotta Now where do I do that? So when would I burn my angle? Do I burn it now or do I burn it when I'm on my way? Do a quick save and see what happens here. This looks right. This looks like a proper angle. This is still 0.1 though, but we'll risk it, I think. Because it looks like I maybe... No, never mind. I still hit it. $170 days to get to Duna seems really fast. Doesn't it normally take like a year to get there? See, it did it again. Now it won't tell me the delta V because of the radials. It's probably because the radials are draining weird. Oh yeah, maybe time warp. Maybe it gets angry at the transfer hoses with time warp. All right, we're here. We're actually in a flyby, an escape trajectory of Duna right now. Let's see how much further we can push this ship, though. Nice strong connection with home because of that relay satellite we have. Let's kill this orbit. I want to make our orbit low enough that we can use the accelerometer or the atmospheric scanner. Where are you? Fluid spectrovalometer. Scoop up some of that Duna air and run a test. Is this high in space over the Duna? High in space over Duna. Measuring the temperature of space appears to be quite impossible. How much more until I hit that periapse? I have 15 minutes to run some tests. 50 kilometers is atmosphere? Okay. Can't do a seismic scan right now. We also can't do this one right now because we're in space. Get some goo, though. The goo takes on a red sheen. It looks very much like the planet below. Neat. All right, Bob. All hatches are obstructed. Can't exit. Bit of a flaw with the ship here because we have so much fucking fuel. But I think this guy can, yep. The little R2-D2 on the roof can grab all the data. Crew report. High in space over Duna. The planet's very red and appears to have deep brown furrows across the surface. There does appear to be some kind of ice at both poles, though. Yeah, these little nose cones are blocking my hatch. Oops, the panels are clipping. It's a little embarrassing. The ship works, though. Those dramatic space air brakes out. Yeah, these could probably be pushed way further back for accessibility. Never did any science tests. Just fine, though, when it's not the mystery goo. The little R2-D2 can run all the tests. Not a bad ship at all. Probably over-designed for Duna, but the excess fuel made it a very comfortable trip. That and understanding the mechanics of orbital transfers. Yeah, I guess like the Minmus lander is an example of that. We had a way too much in the Minmus lander, and then we made that really small one tonight. That was more than capable still. We can probably jettison these top ones. If we send all this fuel to the bottom ones, so it looks like some sort of seaplane. Definitely taking a lot of fuel to kill this orbit. It's actually taking an uncomfortable amount of fuel to kill this orbit. It should be only 250 and 360. Where's all my fucking fuel going? Maybe I shouldn't have came in so high or so low. So there's an Ike flyby, but then that kicks me out of Dune. It's my separation? Oh, the separation on this one. I think it's better to burn radial in. You might be right. These are almost empty. These are still full, though. Ooh. We get an Ike flyby, and then we get... ooh, no, we get dumped in at a dopey angle. That's a nutty no-no. Well, now you're in the goddamn way, so I can't go there. Thanks a lot, Ike. There. Oh, my angle changed. You said 50 kilometers for atmosphere. There. Sub 50, that puts me in just long enough to do a scoop. And then that gives us, I think, 2,500 Delta V to go home. So jettison the bonus fuel. And we can do an EVA while we're out here. You can reset this. Back in you go. 2,400 Delta V to... You know what? I don't want to doom these guys, so once we do our little flyby and grab the low orbit stuff, we're just going to go home. We can always, well, I mean, we're done the game. We're done streaming it, but the Crush in Space program can always come back for more after this first successful mission. I'm mostly concerned about my angle here getting back to Kerbal. By the way, right now it takes me 19 days to do this nonsense orbit of Duna. In space near Duna. Goo feels right at home. Collect all that. Crew report. Good. EVA report above Duna. We're definitely above Duna. Oh shit, you were supposed to reset the goo container. It's gonna be a lot of science if we get home. And then we just have to figure out how to get home. That transfer window is going to be a little wacky because we're already out here. We just entered the atmosphere of another planet. You run an atmospheric analysis, recording various measurements like temperature, pressure, and atmospheric composition. Guess it never occurred to me I needed to be landed for the seismometer. Collect all that data. Okay. Then we just zip back out into space and try to get home. Yeah, we could do an Ike flyby. Grab a bunch of Ike data, but I want to save every drop of fuel to get home. Where is home, by the way? So if I'm going from Duna to Kerbal, do the math. I want to be a little bit ahead. Why not just warp till Ike catches you? I mean, I could. But I don't want to miss my transfer. Which I have plenty of time for. Kerbal needs to do like an entire orbit. I mean, I do have 2400 to come home and deorbit, so we can burn just a little bit for an Ike flyby. I mostly don't want him to grab me and throw me off at a fucking polar angle. He's going the wrong way. That's probably why we go off on an adventure when he grabs me. Yeah, let's not do Ike just because he's spinning the other direction, which is going to mess up my inclination. So I want my Kerbal inclination. How can I tell, though? Says I'm only off by 0.2. Yeah, 0.2 is a lot at those distances, but it's better than being off by like 5 degrees. Looks like it's pretty cheap to come back if I can get the timing right. It's just 300 to get scooped up by Kerbal right at that point. But there, it's all the way over there, which is what we don't want. So let's wait a little bit here. Do a quick save. Because our proper transfer will be when Kerbal's around the spot of Signy's derelict. Why is my time warp fucking up? Because I'm in a dopey orbit, so I can't go at max speed. Yeah. Yeah, I could just raise my periap so much that I'm not even near Ike, so nothing can go wrong. All right, no more Ike to worry about. And now we just wait. Well, we can account for the inclination and the burn. But we left that quick save back there if we need to change inclination first. I'm returning to Kerbal, yes. This must be like, this is the sweet spot. Spending more time on Duna than we did going to Duna. $2 years and change? Jesus, yeah, it's going to be 2 years before we can begin the burn home. Almost there. Say this looks close. I saw close. That's pretty close. And then our node is off by 1.2. I've seen people that send like 10 ships to a planet at once and then they assemble it when they get there. That's way too much for me. I'm a one ship at a time kind of guy. I mean, it's not that close. don't think radial's a smart play here. No. Maybe you just need to wait a little bit longer. Or I can go home right now. 900 delta V. That leaves like well over 1,000 to deorbit safely. Call this one going home. Save. It's gonna be a shitty node though. Can I unfuck that node and keep my intercept? Seems the answer is yes. Oh, that's why. Trying to warp the wrong side of it. You know, I'm trying to make the damn planet my target. Why won't you let me? There. So 1 minute burn because we got the double terrier. Instead of, well, I guess 2 nerves might have made the ship way too heavy, but 2 nerves wouldn't be terrible burns, I think. I'm on prograde. That should be fine, right? We're just pointing at the maneuver. Jesus Christ. I always forget how it's hard to slow down when you're going super fast. The time warp. See if we'll still get this intercept. I think we will, as long as we follow the maneuver perfectly. $53 million periapts. That's going to take a lot to circularize, I think. I'm actually a little worried, considering how much it took us to circularize around Duna. Didn't seem like we took that much more fuel than we actually consumed. Okay, it looked like we did it. Warp to here. Looks like I might not make it. It says I make it, but then it also says there's a target closest position right on top of it. I have a hard save right before the burn. I think I'm burning the wrong way there. Can't really fiddle with my ascending node or it breaks the encounter. Then you think I should lower my Kerbal app, my Kerbal periapps all the way out here? It's a hell of a lot cheaper. But then, oh. Well, that's fine. Once we're actually in Kerbal, it doesn't matter that that angle's all fucky. Let's just focus on the height. We can come down at whatever dopey angle it wants to grab us at. Why is this increasing it? Something's gone wrong. What if I speed up? Am I over the halfway point or something? Is that what's going on here? That's going up again. Let's just go there. Try to kill it at Kerbal. If we don't have enough fuel, we have that hard save back before we even did the Duna transfer. How much is this going to take? Oh no. What the fuck? I did something wrong. Shouldn't take 11:59 to circularize once they grab us. What am I doing? Going home. Is that Periap 70 million? And then what did the one person said? They said go radial? That might be cheaper than going retrograde. Maybe I just need to wait a little bit longer. Maybe Kerbal was too far away when I started the transfer. I could have let it orbit a little bit closer. Still looks like I make it. Oh, there's my node right there. Can burn on my way out. descending node minus. So I'd want to go anti-normal? I don't know. It's easier to tell when it's a major axis change, and then I can visualize it, you know, like you're pushing down on the side that's higher up, but when it's so close, I can't tell. Am I using any mods? No, this is stock game. It's fucking... I can lose my encounter trying to just change the angle. Just have to just wing it, I guess. Wing it again. I barely spend any time in the influence there. I need to gain some speed. Fast. If I'm pointing the right way, maybe I can fix my node. Nope, that's the wrong way again. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't get the periapse very close because of the stupid angle. Speed up, so I want the periapse to be super close so it's easier to kill the orbit. Yeah, now it's going up, yeah, because it's just a stupid polar sweet spot bullshit. I guess, and then if I speed up, that'll give us more room on our periapse, and we just keep cycling between radial and prograde, right? Till we get that node killed. Or are they just canceling each other out? God damn it. Yeah, I think they're just canceling each other out. God damn it. No, maybe not. It's getting lower and lower to chime, isn't it? Maybe I need to switch from orbit to target radial. Yeah, it's just going back up. Let's try target. I don't know why I keep going radial out. It's never the one I want. That's just making... I cannot... They seem to be at odds with each other. If I change my node, I can't hit it. Yeah, I do need to just make a node. Where the hell is my ship? Kerbal Periaps 77. So that gives me 41 million with 0.1 difference. Can I get that thing down to 0? Kerbal periapse is 61. $55. I gotta correct. I suppose we could do multiple nodes. Couldn't we add another maneuver? $60. Jesus Christ, I can't even read the numbers. $61 million. $61. Jesus Christ. It's my first time going to another planet. Well, we went to Eve yesterday, but we couldn't get back. So this is the first time getting back. I was expecting the getting back to be easier, honestly. So like this maneuver doesn't move our ascending descending node, so then I don't know how to tilt again. Because like it's a fucking... You don't even think this is a real burn? Oh, fucking Christ. Let's just not do it then. Like, I mean, it sends us to Kerbal, I just don't know if I have enough velocity to kill it. Like my ship, thank you. What does the phase angle look like? I mean, I'm here. I think actually, I guess Kerbal would want to be further up. I want to be like here, right? Something like that, yeah. Okay. So there it is. It's fucking way too much with the radial. Christ, now I'm too far ahead. Start at 90 degrees. What? So this is 90, so this is just past 90. The problem is I'm just trying to look at it. It's like I can't keep it centered on the damn Duna. So that's just past 90. Nope, that's too fast. Why is this so fucking expensive? Get out on the other side. That's it. That didn't do anything. Yeah, but then it's expensive to change my orbit compared to Kerbal. All right. We're just going to stop here if this maneuver doesn't work. This is why we have to stop playing Kerbal Space Program. It's 7 hours to do one thing. Okay, there's one. And then I hit a node so I can descend on the way. So this should work. Okay, we will get there with this. And we're going to quick save, and because there's the ascending descending node. So I want to fucking actually be 0 degrees when we come in. And then I just want to see what happens if we try to kill 77 million. We might be going too fast. Alright, we're at 0, 0 finally. And we get grabbed. How much is this going to take? I can't close it. What the fuck? Still 8 million. So yeah, and then I'm inside the moon, so I should be able to kill it with the 600 I have left. Think it's safe to aero brake with this fucking monstrosity. Did you gravity assist off the moon anyway? At this point, I'll just be glad to get home in general. $121, that's too much. 53, probably too much. 68. 57, might die terribly, but we can try. 54 is a little too risky. Okay, we'll call this save Hot Pocket because that's what we might become in a moment. Oh boy. And then we got to put the solar panels away every time we skid along. I don't want to go far enough to actually take heat damage because I might fucking explode my orbital speed. Perhaps is 66. We'll do 59. All right, we just lost something. F3. Thermometer exploded. Yeah, this is way too fast. This is way too fast. You can't go that. We can't go under 60 yet. Oh, never mind. I want Hot Pocket. Where's Hot Pocket? I just want it to be over, Wags. I just want it to be fucking over. We're on our way back from Duna right now. Is everything still fucking exploding at this speed? Jesus, okay. Nope. I'm not fucking gonna sit here and play Math Blaster all night with these fucking maneuver nodes. Done. All right, now we can just jettison everything. Take these things home, be done with this game. It's taking too long to do anything now. I wonder if the thermometer will survive. It should survive. It survived in the tests we did. Almost 3 years to get back. Yeah, I mean, this ship has enough fuel to go to Duna and back. We just couldn't figure out the maneuver node to get out through the transfer window from Kerbal, and that's just busy work. It's like this has been a 7-hour stream, and while we accomplished a lot, I'd say probably 2 hours was just dead air busy work, fiddling with fucking maneuver nodes. So I was able to accomplish my goal of going to Duna, so we can move on from Kerbal Space Program with a clear conscience. It's a perfectly fine game. It's just a colossal time sink at this point. I've had my fun with it. It's time to move on. Christ, this one here, 7 hours. One of my longest streams to date of any game. But like I said, half of it was nothing. We're actually just wrapping up. As soon as I land this ship, we're wrapping up the stream and the series, Irian. Nothing burned up. Perfect. I think maybe we should have just like even skipped along at just like 69 kilometers. Just any sort of atmosphere to slow us down slowly over the months and months. Once again, over the water. Won't get to see those landers. I don't think you guys shower. Is there a shower on this thing? Just don't breathe in. Am I going to get back to the regular streaming? Yeah, we're probably going to just try to go back to the normal streaming schedule. This was too much. What's going to replace Kerbal Space Program? The next game is Knights of the Old Republic. A simulation game that won't take 90 hours to achieve a middling goal. Yeah, the first one. And then we'll deploy the legs just to give us that extra bit of security when we hit the water. Yeah, this thing drifts weird. I think it's the momentum from the air brakes. Yeah, I thought I had the center of mass measured properly, but it always dips down. Here we go. And we did all this Duna science, so that should be a lot. That took way fucking longer than I wanted it to. My God. But we did it. 866 science, just casually going all the way to Dune and back. And they didn't level up? Really? Huh. Oh. That marks the end of Kerbal Space Program. I'm sure the Crushins will go on into other greater things, like other planets, but that's it for me. So I hope you enjoyed it. If you're interested in Kerbal Space Program, you can play it yourself, obviously. And thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.